admit I know nothing of this game. I also see I got something again. I also see I got something again. Still spacebar.
Dear reader, allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary.
Already?
You may, therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature. The story that awaits you has not been fully told. In fact, its conclusion is not yet known, even to myself.
Oh, the writer doesn't know the conclusion of the story.
It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special. Without you, there is no story. Chapter 1. Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
It looks like a grave to me. Hey, Dad. How are things going? Today is the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. I was 6 years old when you died. Well, that's sad. And it's been 6 years now. From here on out, you'll have been gone longer than you were here. Feels like that should mean something. Mom always said this was your favorite spot in the world. Me too. Hey, Luca. I knew I'd find you here. Find ya here.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Oh, after I banged your door to your grand answered. And after I took the pond and climbed up to the treehouse. Then I knew I'd find you.
Rollo finally noticed the tears welling in his friend's eyes and the flowers on the grave.
Oh, yeah, right. You and your mom always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. I didn't know if you were going to keep doing it now that your mom's gone too. How rude. Was both his mom and his dad. She's not gone. Just missing. Oh. Sorry, I meant to say since he went missing. She's gonna come back, Rollo. Oh, of course she is. He seems like a very happy-go-lucky dude. Okay, Dad. See you next time. I think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. Okay, that's just cute.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened my book. That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Mm-hmm. We're basically playing in a book. It's kind of cute. And if you run through those evil things. Enough of them, that is. Okay. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for you. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. I found the perfect way to start our summer. How's that?
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Not here. They might be watching. They who? Shh. So loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. Alright, just have to tell Gran and we can head out. What are you gonna tell her? I don't know, I'll think of something. It's all the same to you, I'll meet you at the welcome sign. Your Gran kind of wigs me out. What on earth is wigs me out? I don't do well with new people. New people? Is the Gran a new person? That's more strange, though, that the Gran is a new person. Yeah, she moved in like half a year ago. Half a year ago, huh? Just meet me at the sign when you're done. Suit yourself, I won't be long. Or will we? Tell Gran before heading out. First, explore things. Is this like a cool spot? I guess. Get those very overly long sleeves.
Dear reader, forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
We can find charms in this house.
Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric.
Guess there are worse things than flowery fabric, right?
One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though. Gran had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation.
Yes, grandmotherly obligation. Well, that looks rather... looks rather comfy. Although quite big.
Just some dusty knickknacks. Luca paused at his parents' bedroom door. He just wasn't ready to go in yet.
Oh. Well, kinda understandable, I guess.
Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in.
The upstairs
Some
closet.
things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Yes, this is his room. And somebody else.
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Chill.
Gran's moving in meant that most of Luca's things had been crammed in the corner. Luca was somewhat annoyed by the situation.
So Grandma is in our room, I guess?
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
A little book reader. Where is Gran hiding?
A pair of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
Junk.
An array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with the day of the week.
It is always handy. Can we close the door? Thank you.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
So is Gran.
My, this is quite exciting. I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years. You'll recall I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic. You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader.
So this is where our choices start to matter, I assume.
Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror.
Like any mother would do, I guess. I feigned terror when I worked in the
A
kindergarten.
sturdy old wheelbarrow,
Could be handy.
a beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
So, Grandma is a beginner, or is it for us? That's the question. Hi, Grandma. Hold up now. Oh, no, we're
The less
special.
Gran knew, the better for everyone involved.
Chill for the day.
We were just gonna go chill for the day. The best lies are built on truth.
We stick to what we're good at. I'll make sure you're done chilling in time for supper.
Easy. Impressive. You've managed to navigate your first turning point without too much of a mess. That is the power of charms. A single word can change everything. I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
Oh dear. E?
The Chronicle is a record of the decisions you've made. You can see the turning point, which has been revealed. At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches.
Ooh. I love Venice toys. How's it going?
Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate.
I like this already.
It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
Okay, so we can then choose ponder.
We were just gonna go ponder for the day.
That's good. We're just gonna go. How do you go ponder for a day? Okay. Oh really? What are you guys going to ponder on such a lovely day exactly?
This was Luca's chance to sell his alibi.
I am tired from this week. It's been much too long. You know, big stuff, small stuff, medium. Mostly medium pondering. Medium pondering.
Nailed it.
Well, make sure you don't overburden yourselves with the preordinance of pondering. Huh? Oh, forget it. Off with you now. It's just, I was so tired that I figured that Elden Ring was not exactly the correct thing for an already extremely tired person to play. And this was... Oh, and Luca? You and Rolo stay out of trouble. I know. Right. Get into trouble with Rolo. Stay out of trouble. Yes, no. So I decided that it was just better to play something calmer. And this is was my birthday gift from Dree. So I figured we could give it a go. Come on, come on. Woo! Whoa. Dang it, Rollo. Like this guy is like slightly
For a
calmer.
town that saw few visitors, the welcome was
No, I've not
perhaps
streamed it
more
before.
grand than necessary.
For a town that saw few visitors, the welcome was Welcome to Beacon Pines. It does remind me of a different game though. What's it called again? It was a little bit darker than this, not so colorful. You know the drill. Don't let anyone discover our secret path.
Chapter 2.
Hey, Berry! How's it going with the berry? Chapter 2.
Welcome to Beacon Pines.
And to Beacon Pines. I know this is super cute.
For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until Sharper Valentine built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered. Until the foul harvest and his sudden death.
Oh dear.
In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Very cute. What? I know it reminds me of a game. Maybe it was Yu. Was this the fox? No. Hey, Mr. Kerr. Hey there, pal.
William Kerr was the CEO of Perennial Harvest Company.
Hyena of all things.
He had become a fixture around town over the past few years. After the failing of Valentine fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
I am very tired, but it's just been a very long week at work, from to and from and back and forth on a strike that lasted for 4 days and was cancelled just before we actually entered the strike, which should have been tomorrow. Excited for the big festival? Sure. Now when I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. The food, the music, the dancing. Sounds pretty alright. Yeah, gosh, dang right it is. I'm looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure to invite all of your little friends, I don't trust him. How far off Stormblood are you then, Venusois? I also need to correct something in Level Up. The next time they have you as their sponsor for one of their videos, they need to say Venusois. Just because we can. Excellent. Sir Luke, I gotta head back to the Provival Grounds. Our harvest awaits and all that. Oh no. The left side's a little low. Doesn't seem all too happy. Sorry, young Mr. Van Horn, can't talk now. Very busy with preparations.
Mayor Augustus Valentine was not busy.
Seems sad. I got next week off. That sounds so good. I will not. I went from being taken out on strike to them not knowing what to do with me, so I couldn't be taken out on strike. So, and then just as work ended today, the strike was called off and nothing happens anyway. And here I was thinking I'd have tomorrow off. Ooh. Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do I... It's Mayor Valen.
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
Keep up the good work. Must briefly attend to a concerned citizen. Huh? It's nothing, keep at it. Alright, what can the Mayor of Beacon Pines do for you today? Oh, I was just saying hi, I guess. Well, good day to you too, young Mr. Van Horn. He seemed a little stressed out. He does not seem to be happy with his work. Oops, wrong pocket. Wrong corner. Yeah, that's also why I decided, oh yeah, we have a cool spot. Look, this is a cool spot. We just hang. And we're cool. Yeah, but it was just, this felt like a better game than Elden Ring when I felt as tired as I did. Figured I was better off. Mr. Van Horn, do you have a moment? It's just... Golly, I'm sorry. This is my first week at Perennial
He
Harvest.
pulled a pen from the pocket of his sweater vest and began to frantically jot something down on a clipboard.
Oh dear. Wonderful, it won't happen again. If we're going to be at first name basis, then you can call me Pete. Oh, nice to meet you, Pete. Sorry, what are you writing? Oh, just documenting. Gosh, he decided to be a part of something so darn special. You know, it's not about the new fountains and the phone booths. We're gonna change the world, really now. And it all starts here in Beacon Pines. Isn't that amazing? Uh-huh. Anyway, I'd better get going. Oh, that reminds me. We'd love to hear your thoughts. My thoughts? You bet. If we're gonna change this town, we need to know get every detail right. That sounds intense. Changing the world is intense. So what do you say? Did you answer a few questions? Well, I guess if it's quick. Wonderful. Oh, great. Questionnaire. Open to answering a few quick questions. One down. See that? That's not so hard, is it? Okay, we're going already. Question 2. What is something you love of Beacon Pines? Never really thought of it before. Perfect. It's the only place I have lived. See, that wasn't so
Pete
painful.
stopped scribbling and glanced up from the clipboard.
Was it? I guess not. Huzzah! Our first 3 questions answered in record time. Are you literally writing down everything? Yes, he is. Thank you so much for your time. I need to process these answers. We can save the rest of your thoughts for later. Okay. Our harvest awaits. Okay, we're gonna hear that a lot, I feel. Our harvest awaits. Come on, Andy, grab his wallet. I'm sorry, Iggy, I can't. Do it or we pound ya. Yep. Yeah, but my mom said... Yeah, but... if I had a nickel for every yeah, but... I'd be freaking king of nickels. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. Hey, Mr. Sinclair?
Mr. Sinclair continued snoring and lifted one eyelid just in a tactic he often used to avoid undesirable conversation.
Yo ho, Mr. Sinclair. Wow, don't you see I'm sleeping, boy? How's the napping today? From me as always. Used to have a perfectly nice view from here. Until Perennial Harvest put that monstrosity of a building in the way. Why don't you move your chair a bit? Why should I be the one that moves? If it's a showdown they want, I ain't gonna be the one who blinks. And back to sleep he goes. Come on, do it. It is very cute though, but I think there's like an underlying mystery in all the cuteness. Old Pickler's Pond. Hey Jetson. Is the line playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Come to think of it, can't remember the last time I reeled one in. Sounds iffy. But hey, it was never about the catch. It's where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me, if you ever want his chair back, I've taken to standing recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the reel. If you don't mind, I think it should stay. Not at all. An empty chair makes for a great listener. True.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Aww. Get to see memories. Go pick out your bait from the tackle box, buckaroo.
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait.
I guess John.
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
Give it a good cast now. Do fish like shoestrings? You'll have to reel it in a bit faster, or your catch will lose interest. Oh, you need to pick a new bait. Still think we're gonna have to
Tie
take.
a shoestring to what fish could resist a
So you can do that again. Oh, so we actually have to be careful. Easier, but you don't know your own strength. We actually have to do this correctly.
Luca tied a shoestring to the hook.
So we have a fishing game in here.
What fish could resist
A nice shoestring. Well, I'm pretty sure there are a few fish that doesn't mind not caring about the shoestring. Give it a good cast now. Reminds me a little bit of Spiritfarer as well, to be honest. Woohoo! We caught a shoe. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. No, it's not. Well, wherever it is, I hope that other boot at least has a sock to keep its company. Okay, we need to bait. We only have 2. Feels like I'm missing something.
Luca gently baited a feather onto the good for skimming the surface.
So we can do that, I see. Phew. I mean, shoes swim everywhere, right? Hey, a duck. Well, I'll be switched. It's your old rubber ducky. You were just a little drooling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you I'd turn up.
Luca tied a shoestring. What fish could resist?
I don't know how long we're supposed to fish for. Maybe we'll get the other shoe. Oh, so you kind of get the same shoe. Okay, so you can leave. You just leave the memory, kind of a deal. Mission control, Ultras personnel only.
The boys had a good thing going. As long as they kept old Jeff happy, they had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
So everything he fishes out, they're gonna keep using, I guess.
After Luca's father had passed, Rollo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rollo's way of keeping him occupied.
In a sneaky way, huh? You can sit here and be cool. Chill.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right, the boys could tune into strange patterns of static. Rollo thinks it's aliens. He always thinks it's aliens.
So, in short, it's gonna be aliens,
Luca's winter
right?
coat decommissioned for the summer. With the cold holding out longer than usual, he reconsidered its usefulness.
Okay, what's this top secret plan to start our summer? So you know the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night it was glowing. Glowing. Are you sure? kinda. I was expecting him to go like, well, of course. Not like just go, well, kinda. That place has been empty since the foul harvest. Yeah. Who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rollo. We would. Wait. It's just a busted old warehouse. I just meant we could do some research at the library. You want to actually go to the warehouse? What do you expect to find? Answers. My mom's out there somewhere. And it seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rollo, if you don't want to. Look, remember that time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? Sort of accidentally. And you jumped in and said it was your fault before my pa throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got you. Thanks, Rollo. Now that I think about it, poking around the decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend my first day of summer. Let's go! I'm not so sure that that's how you want to spend the first day of summer, but what do I know? What do we know? What's all these? Oh, it's water. I thought it was a hole. Not that I know where the warehouse is, but I'm sure. I'm just catching my breath a little. Go on, I'll catch up. Ooh. The Beacon.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record.
The Beacon. Not the Bacon Beacon, but the Beacon.
The Beacon.
Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's today have in store for you? I was wondering if you've heard any news about news. Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. No. Rollo thought he saw some lights there last night. Rollo ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing, and change is a dangerous animal. Sure. This is a cute coffee shop. Hello, go up. Can you please go up? Piper? Oh, hey, Luca, what's up? You know it's summer break, right? Of course. And it's like the morning? Correct. And your study. Like they say, the early bird gets the proper education required for a successful and fulfilling career later in life. I thought it was catch the bird. Hey, Zariel. Hiya, Luca. Could you please tell this lazy butt to help out in the cafe? Lumi, Zariel would like you. Luca, let me give you a little gem of advice. You never do what you don't love. Then you'll never work a day in your life. Wow. You're really setting up the kid for success. Can I go in? Oh. Wait, let's check the chairs. I had to see if we could sit there somewhere. It is a very sweet and very pretty little game, isn't it? Hey, Mrs. Nelson. Morning, Luca. Any big plans for the summer? Not really. Heard anything about the old fertilizer warehouse? Any, like, strange happenings? Can't say I have. Either way, a dusty old warehouse is no place for a young boy. You be safe now.
Luca could see the morning regulars nestled in their booths at the Early Bean.
The Early Bean. Aww. That is a cute name for a coffee shop. The Early Bean. So, Venusaurus, how
Miss
far are
Hutch
you?
could often be found near the fountain,
Miss Hutch.
too absorbed in a book to be distracted.
The two wander down the wooden path, unaware of the danger ahead. Is it a hint? Oh! Oh, this is getting good. Last Chance Diner. Sounds ominous. Second to last patch. Getting there. Luca, just the fella I was looking for. Hey Roxy, what's up? That has to be the other guy's older sister.
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time where your charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms. Well, now I'm just rambling. Where were we?
Have you seen my blockhead brother today? He skipped at him before breakfast. Well, not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Look what up, I almost forgot to tell you. Oh great. Roxy might be lurking here. No shit, Sherlock. This is one of our favorite places to stand around and be useless. Well, you're dead now. Rolo? We need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Rolo. Rolo. She's harmless. And that jump. And she's right around that corner, isn't she? Yep. Don't mind me, I'm just over here lurking uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh? I couldn't help but notice you snuck out this morning before breakfast. Wasn't hungry. Also could help but notice your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. Well, we all gotta pick up the slack since the foul harvest. Almost every carrot I dig up is rotten. And the rest look like they were hit with the Hank Atomic's shrink-o ray. All the more reason to keep digging. There's gotta be more to life than puny carrots. Look, Roxy, Luke and I have places to be, so if you don't mind... Oh, I do mind. I'm not gonna catch hell again because of you. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself. So this is where we need to tickle and run?
Step toward him, cracking her knuckles. Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
Tickle. Okay, so we only have chill.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
Let's leave tomorrow's problem for tomorrow. That's great and all, but Rolo's problems have a way of becoming my problem. And Pa always says tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. March, you big oaf. Oh, rats. I will expect a full report about the Valentine place. A full report! Let's get Valentine Veras alone. Okay, so I guess if we have something else we can choose here, we might be able to get our friend with us. So, Fitz, what are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool. She did not want to talk to us at all. So who this? Shaper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Indulgent. Ooh. Hello. Hey Griffin. How's the ice cream gig going? Not great. Still pretty cold out, and I'm in the business of selling cold. I'm sure things will warm up soon. Mr. Tolliver's not at his grocery stand? He's prepping for the festival, I guess. Gotcha. No touching? Let's touch it. Touch it again. I wanted something to happen. I actually just wanted it to break. I guess that's not going to be my lucky day for that. Ooh, look at all the baked goods. Hey, Bert. Bert. Hey, Luca. I'm doing some fact-checking for the town history exhibit. Look, kid, I'm just here to put up the lights. But did you know? When the town was founded, there were only 7 citizens. They all worked for a mining company. And there was only one dirt road leading into town. And there still is only one road leading into town. Oh, right. Yeah, selling ice cream when it's like colder outside, I can imagine it being a bit of a rougher thing. But this is last stand to enter. Hello. Hey, Dawn. Sorry to wake you. Yawn. No problem, it comes with the
Dawn
job.
had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter. At night, she searched for the story that could be her big break. By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
What's up? Rollo said they saw something strange going on at the warehouse. Do you know anything about that? You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So what's going on? Can't say quite yet. Still need to do a follow-up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop. Okay? Sure thing. Things seem to be quiet in town today. Yeah, everybody's prepping for the festival. Why do I have a feeling that festival is a bad thing by now? Should be back to normal tomorrow. Catch you then? Catch you then. I'm really sorry I haven't been able to find anything about your mom yet. Aw. I'm just grateful that you tried. I'm still keeping my ears up. We going to the diner? No. I guess Mrs. Fratelli is getting ready for the festival. No diner for us. I'm very curious though what the foul harvest is. Hey, Solomon. Well, there's no time for chit-chat. Okay.
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago. The effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
Looks like the library hasn't opened yet. I'll check back later. Nuncreed's drugstore. Look at my Bible. Hold up a tick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, turns out. Hey, that's great, but I'm actually... I guess Juniper will have to swing by more of her lovely jam. Well, don't let this old man slow you down. Just a reminder that she still owes me that dance.
A promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
Will do. She's a fine woman, that Juniper. Oh dear. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. I gotta go. Sweeter than any jam on earth. Oh, that's a dog in love.
The phone booth was brand new, part of Perennial Harvest's Beacon Pines Reborn initiative. It didn't see much use.
I'm rather skeptical to this whole initiative thing. Oh, hey, Luca. Hey, Joey. How's the bug hunt going? Not great. Bugs have been shy this week. Bugs get shy? Oh, sure, bugs aren't that different from people. Sometimes they just want to be left alone. If you're going into Weepwood, just be careful where you step. No bug crunching. Got it. Guessing we're going into Weepwood.
Luca peeked up at the beehive. It appeared to be deserted.
Strange. That is strange.
The Valentine Mansion loomed over every other building in town, both figuratively and literally. After the foul harvest destroyed their wealth and reputation, the Valentines shuttered off their estate from the rest of town.
Wonder what happened with this foul harvest thing. Yes, we're not supposed to be here yet. But you know, one does explore.
The path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay, no turning back now. Caution, electrified fence. Is this sign
The
new?
fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would Rollo do if he
Luca
was here?
often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
Definitely not touching that thing.
Luca knew that if he gave up now,
We're not giving up, I was just searching.
as sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained. One more
That's
to go.
2. Why do we throw it the completely wrong way? There we go.
The fence's buzzing gave way.
Okay, moment of truth.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine Fertilizer building.
It looks like it reeks. Sorry.
Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Okay, so Rollo wasn't exaggerating. What is
There
going
was
on
only
here?
one way to find out.
Oh wow, that smells awful. Too bad Rollo's not here. He'd have no problem poking around in there.
The hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively draining some kind of liquid.
Somebody trying to clean up this stuff? Oops.
Luca
Locked.
thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door. He pressed his ear against the cold metal to hear better.
A zipper?
The sound of footsteps grew louder.
Hello? He has hazard gear on. Shit. Literally, shit.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light. This is a story about change. It was far from the sort of change Luca imagined for himself, but change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
But we can't try something different there? Because we only have change. Okay.
This is a story.
You have to go further back and find more of them.
It was far, but there are many. Most will. From here on now. Let's. In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Make a break for it. What have you done? Did that little shit just kick me? Well, all you want, you little twerp. You gotta come home eventually. Sorry. Investigate with Rollo. Sorry about that. Rollo can get overexcited sometimes.
Solomon Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
A town of complete and utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either way, I'm really sorry. No matter, how are you doing? Me? Yes, with all that business of your mother and whatnot? Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all? No. That is truly a shame. Aww. Your grandmother has taken residence to keep house? Yeah. And how is that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. Make it sound like she's rarely at home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. We're still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet, which of course is also a thing. Indeed. Well, count your blessings. It's better to have a caretaker who's rarely around, in lieu of one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say it's best to rely on yourself. Family has a way of creating more problems than they solve. Oh, dear.
Solomon trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
Speak of the devil. Don't wander off like that. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, heiress. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You are a Valentine now. I want you to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Of course. Sorry, Solomon. Our apologies. Look at my bell, hold up a tick. Sorry, I'm kinda in a hurry right now. Sigh. Boy's got too much of his father in him. Oh, he's just gonna run here. You win. A little help. You touch the fence. Please don't touch the fence. I am the champion. Were you racing? Did that road get longer? Like anything ever changed around? It seemed longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure I would take advice from a second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Caution, electrified fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we gonna get around the electric fence? Don't worry, I've got this. Oh god, please don't. He's gonna touch the fence. Why did you do that? Always say if you can't figure out what the plan was, then you're done. Wait, what now? Well, I did my part and still touching the fence is bad. I'm sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. Whoa, you're a genius, we know. You're very smart. Think that did it, Luca? You never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rollo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out. Dang, Rollo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. You'd think 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Why is this shaking? Oh, rumble. Did you feel that? What, excitement in the air? Better buddy I did. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. Oh man, the door is locked. Try harder. No dice, it won't budge. Oh well. This dumpster is new, right? It's busy got stuff in it. I can't really see what's in here. Who did all this? My nose is itching. I think I smell treasure. Are you sure that isn't hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rollo. It would be my honor to throw you in the trash. Come on, Lady Luck. So, what's in there? There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone. Hold 2 phones. Check these bad boys out. Are those walkie-talkies? Just like Hank Atomic communicators. Do these actually work? Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hank, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic. Ground command, you're coming in 5. By 5. How, are your vital readouts, Hank? Getting a little stuff in here. Requiring assistance for Eva. Help is on the way. What was that? Someone's come and give me your hand. I'm trying. My hands are covered in squish. Scoot over. I'm coming in. It seems to me they're trying to clean some hazardous shit. Now tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. It's coming back. Get down. That's a body, isn't it?
The boy sat petrified under the weight of the bag.
Oh god. Tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? A ridiculous hat. When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for clues.
Rollo felt around at the large sack which burdened them.
Aha!
He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
Some sort of badge or something. What does it
Rollo
say?
held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott. Deep Engineering. It's a name tag. Who would throw away a bag full of old slimy old name tags? What the hell did they dig up? I think it's just one name tag in a bag full of something else. Okay. I think we should make a break for it. Stay calm. There's no time to panic. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Rollo. Oh. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude. I am not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? Look at that face. Ah, double aha. I am beginning to see the benefits of your run for our lives plan. Right, we're clearly established that I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flaming chicken coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. Hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Rollo, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound of Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2, 3. He pressed his ear to the dumpster wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16,
Just run.
17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he came. 35, 36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca
Agreed.
carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees. He was up like a shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night. Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow.
I'm impressed he could sleep.
Finding a friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
I finished drying a mess of jam last night. So that'll need to be delivered to town today. Okay. So what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, nothing interesting. Hello? Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering folks, I'll be right there. Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Not really, we just sort of run around a bit.
Gran's brow furrowed. She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I like Gran. I have to go take care of something. You are to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstance are you to leave. What? I am not back by dinner. There's stew in the icebox. What? But nothing. You are to stay here. Understand? Yeah. Say it. I'll stay here till you get back. Good. Makes you wonder what the fuck that phone call was all about. Well, that was strange. Do we, as a small kid, do we actually listen to commands like that? That is a big question.
A faint electronic sound floated in the air.
Is that coming from upstairs? Oh. Plot, she thickens. That's Morse code, isn't it? Hello? Is anyone there? Oh wait, it's probably in our room, isn't it? Hello? Rollo, is that you? Over? Strange. Is that a knock? Is this a knock? Oh, hey, Roxy. Is this about me accidentally kicking you yesterday? Is Rollo here? No. Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rollo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rollo didn't come home last night. What?
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? We were playing around in Weepwood and I was late and we went home. Weepwood? If he's alive, I'm gonna kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he said?
His mouth felt dry.
No, we're just messing around. I need to go let people know to check the woods. Just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Rollo? Where are you? Weren't we supposed to stay in? Guess staying in is forgotten. I'm gonna bring this with me though. Can we? We have it?
Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think.
Yeah, but can we take it with
Luca
us?
glanced at the now. He wasn't sure what to think.
I think that we're gonna break whatever our their aunt told us and go out to the library because apparently we need to do that.
The road leading to Beacon Pines was long and uninspiring. A sort of natural barrier for the impatient.
Natural barrier for the impatient. Hey, bird. Have you seen Rollo? Nope. Though I've mostly been talking to clipboards. They're setting up a lot for the festival. Swan said he had to process some answers. I told him that I was fine. I'll wait right here until he gets back. This looks kind of broken. Everything is only very half done. We talk to him again. Will he ask us more questions? Howdy, Luca. Hello again, Pete. I'm not Pete, you silly goose. It's Toby. You fooled me. Well, hey, it's no problemo. The important thing is, would love to hear your thoughts. Yeah, well, I'm getting that impression. We're all part of something special, Luca, and it all starts right here in Beacon Pines. I got it.
Toby looked up from the clipboard excitedly.
That's right. So how about you start by telling me, look, no offense, but I've got my own stuff to take care of. Aw, you joker. We're all part of this together. You'll let us know when you're free to do it. Yeah, not now, apparently. Fuck off. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. Roxy said she'll be here, then she'll be here. I just don't see why I'm standing around doing nothing and waiting for Roxy when I could be standing around doing nothing, getting paid for it. Come on, Lumi, Roxy needs our help. Yeah, well, good intentions don't qualify as a legal tender. Ah, my parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Rollo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check the Weeping Woods. Our shift doesn't end for another couple of hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great, I guess. Right, Fitz and I will check Weepwood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Weepwood. I'll swing by my house and grab it before we head out. What is this about a missing child? I must stress that the situation is completely under control. It just all seems so terrible. Are you sure there's nothing we can do to help? Nonsense, young Mr. Cutter will turn up safe and sound, I'm certain. Just focus on settling in. I trust my sister has supplied you with suitable lodging. Oh yes, Miss Valentine has been more than accommodating. We're just telling our daughter Beck that... Where did she run off? His eyes went wide with disbelief. What do you mean, vanish? That's impossible. Oh my. He doesn't even see the danger he's in. Hi Luca, what's up? Have you seen Rollo? You haven't seen Rollo around here recently, have you? He doesn't come around here much. Not since they made that rule that he can only order decaf. Decaf, huh? Hey Don. Is it true about Rollo? Yeah, he didn't come home last night. I wonder if it's connected. Connected to what? I was checking in on reports about increased activity around town. What sort of activity? Windowless trucks, mechanical noises, strange lights. The typical shady stuff. Who would be doing all that and why? Well, I have a few leads. The Valentine family is always suspicious. Perennial Harvest certainly has the resources. Do you have any idea where Rollo could be? The best place to start looking is where the trail went cold. Where did you see him last? We were in Weepwood. Right by Valentine's Fertilizers. I'll check out Weepwood when my shift ends. I do my best work at night. Still ready for the festival? No, I wanted to check something. Let's see if I could read that paper strip. No? Just thought maybe it was something. Hey Jason. History Museum. It's laughable, really. Did you happen to see Rollo in there? No, just a shadow of a family clinging onto a town, clinging onto the past. Feel free to check for yourself, but don't expect to have your mind blown. Sharper Valentine, a celebration of excellence. Oh dear.
We all know Beacon Pines is a great town. What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here in Beacon Pine. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck, a scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to pick up the pieces. But one foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Reverence Fund.
Well, that was self-promotion. That was unhelpful. Hey Griffin, has Rollo been by? Haven't seen him all day. I'm sure he'll show up safe and sound. And when he does, tell him that there's probably chocolate double scoop waiting for him on the house. He'll like that. Gonna have to bonk this, you know it. We were going for the library.
Oh, the cobs I've eaten. A salad-centric travel guide for the mildly adventurous.
Yuck. For the mildly adventurous.
Sally Seashore's simple succulent sundries. Luca brushed off a smudge of dust. Or maybe it was flour. 30 recipes so easy you'll doubt it's even edible.
Succulent.
A peek behind the curtain. The methods and ruminations of Patrick C. Montesquieu. One of the greatest acting minds of our time. By Patrick C. Montesquieu.
Indeed.
There were rarely any actual new additions, simply a variety of existing content rotated into the front display each week.
Not fooling anyone. Stuck on the chair.
Mycological phosphorescence.
Ugh. More like my complete loss of interest. Hey Jace. Oh hey Luca. Did Rollo come by? No. I was actually surprised. He's usually here early on days when a new issue drops. Rollo is the biggest fan of Hank Atomic, I know. Besides myself, that is. Well, if he does swing by, tell him to meet me you know where. I don't know where. No, he knows where. Oh, roger that, Space Cadet.
The bottom corner shelf was a dusty array of thick science books. Only one binding was clean enough to read. Cellular Biology and the Chemistry of Mitosis.
I don't think that's boring, my dear little, elf. I don't know what it
The
is.
entire top level of the library was devoted to most of which were Hank Atomic and the myriad of lesser, revered spin-offs.
Nerd. A nerd achievement. Appreciate that. We're nerds. It's fine. We are nerds. Well, I'm.
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject.
Subject
making him
is
a
it this
reliable
time?
source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey,
Kato
Kato.
was lost in his reading. Luca crooked his neck to see the title. Introduction to Melitology.
Oh, hey, Luca, you snuck up on me. Good book? Dunno, just
He
started it.
gestured to the shelves.
I'm really run out of books I haven't read yet. So now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know that around 70% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are 2 queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy. That's interesting, but you haven't done Rollo around recently, have you? Not since yesterday. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. If I see him, you'll be the first to know. I saw what you did there, game. I saw what you did there. Sort of monster puts candy behind the locked door. Oh yeah, Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometime. Of course he does. Who's this? How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Luca Van Horn. You new here? Yep, not by choice.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections.
Oh,
She would tell you she prefers it that way.
I'm looking for my friend Rollo. He didn't come home last night. So he's missing? Guess so. Like missing? Does that sort of thing happen a lot around here? Yeah, apparently it does. Since his mom is missing.
Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. So I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky penny. Unlucky? Yeah, well, technically, hands-on. It landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Well, that's kind of like me and Rollo. I guess Rollo is my unlucky penny. That's at least. A person should never be without their unlucky penny. Let's go find him. Yay, new friend. The name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. I suppose I could use some help. Try to keep up. You weren't supposed to leave the house. Wait, drugstores? And she called it candy? The heck? Joey, have you seen Rollo around? No, sorry, Luca. I had my eyes in the dirt looking for beetles. I can't seem to find any. He never came home last night. You think it's because it's colder than normal? I don't see why that would have anything to do with Rollo. No, the beetles. You think the temperature confused their circadian rhythm or something? Who's to say? I'm no beetologist. Just keep an eye out for them with you, of course. Oh, look, a new sign. Dang, they boarded up the way in. Wow, that does not look healthy at all. Look at that. Property of Valentine Fertilizer Company. It's old, yeah, and fairly dangerous if you ask me.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid.
Don't touch it.
The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Is this sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place. I have no idea what this stuff is. Well, the next obvious step is science. And what does science suggest? Poke it with a stick.
Luca watched as Beck dipped a broken tree branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood. First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
Guess that's the fertilizer, but that fertilizer did something really shit too. What the? Cool.
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So the science tells us the gunk is weird as hell. But yeah, it seems dangerous. Hey, Tish, look what the cat drug in. Oh, goody. Yup. Does she say anything but yup? I don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Oh, don't say things like that. It hurts Tish's feeling. I don't care. Ain't that right, Tish? Yup. She looks fine to me. Why, hello, I don't think we have been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compatriot, Trish. Yep. You probably heard of us. Can't say that I have. I'll forgive you just this once. On account of being new around here. Why would you hang out with this stud? Oh, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you? Has he even told you that his parents skipped out of him? Oh, come on, fuck off. Shut up. It's true, they got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Can we hit him? Iggy, I'm only gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family. Ah, well, look who's grown a backbone now that the girl's around. First his pop broke. Then his mom finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully.
No, bullies are just bullies.
Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Well, time to bust out Tickle.
Well, time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, wanna see something cool? Yep. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arm.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yup. Oh, yup.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
Yep. I'm guessing that's the laughing.
Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had.
Run away! What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening us?
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. I have somewhere to be. See you around, new
Iggy
kid.
kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Oh no. That's probably not a good thing. Oh no. What a little creep. I think you got a little ooze in
Beck
your
shook
hair.
the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
It depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh god.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But finding Rollo was his primary concern.
I think trying to figure out what the hell is going on here is a primary concern. Oh. Look, what the hell are you doing here? And why you kid with grey hair just run past us in
Roxy and
panic?
Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. Don't care who she is. What happened? We were just helping look for Rollo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling, but this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her.
She cares.
Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking
We're running out of
in a
time.
torrent of rambled words and tears. Luca broke.
Someone's in a strange suit. We hid in the dumpster and had a heavy bag dropped on us. And I think it was a body. And so we ran, but we got split up and I ran home. And it's all my fault. And now my best friend might never come back. Wow. Just, wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I am gonna fix this. Luca, go home. I don't wanna help. It's too dangerous for a kid. I can't just sit around. I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send.
You go back to the little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sound like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. You really believe his story? What other option do I have? Things have been strange up here leading to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies. Oh, we're gonna play these two now? Wait, that treehouse in crates Rollo shows up. And then we're gonna get yelled at by Gran, right?
Mr. Nuncree jumped with a start.
Whoa, don't sneak up an old fellow like that. Sorry. Who are you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. The damn thing never does, of course. I've never seen anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Rollo knows those woods too well to get lost. I suppose you're right. Silly boy antics. Have this whole town worried sick. Antics? We all know Rollo's like to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What? I'll listen to the music. What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Someone took him. I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy, if there's something you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all. It was subtle, but Luca could sense something eating away at him. There was a shame lurking behind those eyes.
Well, it's the only thing we could
A
pick.
deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help. Mr. Nuncreed raised an eyebrow.
Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing. Not exactly, I was hiding in the dumpster. The dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first we were just looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him. You got scared by some garbage? Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish he wouldn't have said that.
Deep sigh bellowed from his chest.
Why did you have to? Oh, of course. I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you
Luca
safe.
attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down.
That's the
on
guy
his
in the
shoulder.
yellow suit. But you Horns can't help yourselves, can you? You're all so close to being done with
With a
this.
firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into
What are you doing? It's out of my hands
the
now.
door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands to the walls. As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop. He felt a cold rush of air and opened his eyes with two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view.
Oh dear.
Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. This isn't the end. I know there's still much more. Somehow this went wrong. Okay, let's try something.
So we now know that. You know, Tickle worked pretty well. You know, Shit worked pretty decent. We've used both of those. Okay, that's where we
This
die,
is
isn't
a
it?
story about change. It was far, but change.
Okay. That's not the one.
Probably should have. There are many. Most will. We will from here now.
Could try Strange, but I'm not sure that does anything helpful. But it's the best option we have.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
The little mud bath.
Beck stared in silence. The only sign of life being the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk. Yup. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of wackadoo? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs, ain't
At
it?
the sight of Iggy taunting back, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach. Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
You jerk, my clothes are ruined. I'm
Iggy's
gonna...
voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
I don't feel so good. Health? Oh, shit. Yeah? That was intense. Iggy's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this seems
Person of the
okay.
warehouse. This strange ooze and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
We have to find Rollo. The words out of my mouth. Whoa there, little buddies. Startle me. When did the dickens are you up in this part of town? Just helping look for Rollo. Oh, you haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? It's funny, really. Just got a little turned around in the woods. They can be disorienting, you know. I'm starting to get that impression. Rollo's at his house now, so getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on, Beck. I can't wait to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home. Yes. Bex, your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk with Nellie about work
Glanced
anyway.
Toward Luca.
Yes, all's well that ends well? I'll introduce you to Rollo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca.
Or was that
which
just
was
a
quickly
lie?
replaced by a sense of dread. Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown. Chapter 4. Our harvest awaits.
I'm not so sure I want this harvest. This harvest feels iffy.
Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Gran? I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Gran? I know I wasn't supposed to get... I was just helping looking for Rollo.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
So Gran's not back yet. I guess that's a good thing. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess. What
Luca
if
was sitting
Gran's
by
gone?
the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him. Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad." Luca hopped over to the tackle box and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass. "We're fishing with bees?" Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist, the line buzzed in a graceful arc. The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it. The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground beneath him turned cold. "Dad, I don't understand." "Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal." The relentless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually wound the reel. "None of it's your fault, you know. Never was. Dad, we have to go. Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. Please, you have to run. The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca. His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out. A shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet. Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean? The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply. Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie. Faintly, he could hear Rollo amongst the noise.
Luca. Rollo, is that you? Luca. There? Rollo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long the silver will work down here. Down here?
Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me, somebody grabbed me yesterday. Wait, the man in the hazmat suit? It was. Took me to some sort of... I think I'm underground. Yeah, you are. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in... For now, at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it home back safe. Kerr? No. Trust. He's... Hold on, someone's coming.
Silent.
Rollo? Rollo, where are you?
Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Okay, I think they're gone. Static's getting worse. I can barely hear you.
Rollo's voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... No, at the tree house. The tree house.
With that, the signal died for good.
Try to say about the tree house. What's at the tree house? The antenna. He wants me to use the antenna at the tree house to get a better signal. Rollo, you're a
Luca
genius.
grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to...
Go, go, go.
Luca heard a group of footsteps approaching. He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
Do we all understand our roles? You can count on me. I still think we need more time. This wasn't the original plan.
Mr. Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while that danger persists. Hiram, you just keep your wits about
Mr.
you.
Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right. You can count on me. Just wish we could have made that deal with Eris Valentine. Her resources would still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans change. How is Luca holding up? He's fine. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all. I know very well what this is. What all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in agreement?
The three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. Gran. Why are you meeting with Mrs. Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver at night? Hey, Luca. Look at that expression. Ah, that's priceless. Damn, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and your Gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So, I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Time. When they left, I told them, here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seemed organized and determined. They mentioned a festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has your Gran been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? She got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. A call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified. Or both. Luca, be careful out there. I think we might be in the middle of the scoop of a lifetime. I will. Aren't you coming out? Nah, I'm gonna stick out here for a bit longer. See ya, Luca. Where are these two out? I did it. I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to rearrange the letter. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, odd is good.
The boys shared a mischievous grin.
I can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. It should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. I wonder what they've been messing with. Better hurry up. Treehouse wasn't allowed. Old Picker's Pond still. Okay, we just switch. Wait. Maybe we get more fishing options.
Luca wrapped some tape around. Hey, you never know.
Let's see what we get. So I'm thinking we really can get a thing for each of the thingies. There's a bunch of big words written on it. Let's see that. We regret to inform you that your application for property rights with respect to the Beacon Pines CBD and surrounding area has been rejected. Who's that for? Applicant Valentine Estate. Good. Okay.
Luca stuck a toy stretchy hand. Those things always get dirty anyway.
They do. They really do always get dirty. Should we give it to Mom? She likes jewelry. It's a sweet thought, Buckaroo. But I'm not sure she'd fully appreciate the pond bracelet.
Luca placed a sinker on the line. Sometimes the best stuff is at the bottom of the pond.
Ooh, message. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard liquor for a hard man. Best leave that be. Takes a real piece of work to leave something like that lying around. I think that's all of them. Because we'd used Tickle and Junk before, so. What if I don't want to do any of them?
Luca wrapped some tape. Hey, you never know.
So the next time we go there, maybe we have something extra. Let's see. Rolo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse, Rolo. Mr. Kerr said you were alright. What happened out there? Dang it, Rolo, where are you? Who is there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
I've got weapons in here. Better come out right now.
He strained to hear as a muffled voice.
Weapons? How could you hurt something that's already dead?
Gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? What, you don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket, revealing itself to Luca.
I'm a monster. Hydrate? Yes, we shall hydrate. Thank you. And now they hunt me like the beast I am. Iggy?
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. Trying, I'm not the best. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. So you couldn't control yourself for a second, and I get to be like this forever. Well, you could be dead. I mean, if it did the same thing it did to the branch, you would bloom, and then the entire side of your face would die. There must be a way to fix this. Oh, you're gonna be my savior? Perfect. Little Luca saves the day. His positive attitude and the power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me all through Weepwood. I only came in here to hide. Hide from who? Who is after you? Luca! Luca! Rolo? It's not safe, Luca. Rolo, where are you? The treehouse. It's not safe. No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. They said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they were going to the treehouse? The clipboards. What did I tell you? Oh god, of course it's them. Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? They were saying the same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. We're gonna figure this out, Iggy. Well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in this arboreal domicile? Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic. You stay here and I'll see what they want. Oh wow. Hello, Mr. Van Horn. We would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We'll be brief. Your time is valuable to us. They're not creepy at all. I'll be done in just a second. Of course. We have a problem. Luca, you gotta get out of there. Who's out there? Is it them? Yeah, it's the clipboards. A bunch of them. How many? Maybe like all of them? And yeah, you were right. They're saying the same stuff, but it's a creepy knob and cranked to 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts.
He slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC,
CDC.
the Mission Control Defense Cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward, a warm smile on his face.
Iggy, there you are. You gave us all heck of a scare. Go away. Leave me alone. I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry though, we're here to help. Help. The way you're chasing me. Luca, can you tuck some sense into your pal here? Just look at him, he's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty honking big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. Oh. He's real sick, Luca. You just needed to let us up there and take care of him. You told me Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place resting. Yes, poor fellow just got a little lost. That's a lie. That's a hurtful thing to say, Luca. I thought we were buddies. Why, because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop down here so we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is gonna give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants that?
Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca, the only teeny fib I told you was that he was at home. He's resting and he's perfectly safe. For now. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. I'm in quite a pickle and I'm the only person in the whole wild world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's
Oh dear.
mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? Iggy wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
Right.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the Mission Control Defense Cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
Hey, Mr. Kerr.
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regards. Hey! That was uncalled for, more than a little rude, and just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame it's come to this.
Kerr turned his back on the two boys.
End
With
this.
a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his
Guess we found another death route.
As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly. Maybe discretion was the better part of valor here.
Maybe.
Let's put a pin in this for now.
We've done both of those. Still don't have anything else there. We have struggled though for this one. Don't have anything new there. The only place we have anything new is here.
This is a story about struggle. Luca could hear a machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile? He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Lucas swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter
Okay,
3.
so this opens something new again.
Everything's fine.
Mhm.
The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
If she still gets her phone call. Finished drying a mess of jam last night. Seen that delivered into town today. Okay. What did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, Rollo had things to do. I just sort of poked around town. I've set the jam by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. Another for Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Nuncreed? He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a peculiar interest in my jam. There's some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli gets the ones on the top. No problem. I'll fit in now. The day is still young. As your typical child, we still like to run about, yeah? I wonder kind of what's the right path here. Though this is Juniper Hartwood. Graham, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. The simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. Very well, we can meet tonight. Okay, sorry about yesterday, Roxy can be so annoying. Good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what did you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened, there was someone else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies? No. Alien zombies? What else could there possibly be? Rollo. I gotta deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Oh, is it a whole thing? Sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of. Sigh. Meet me at Mission Control. Roger that, Space Cadet. See. Delivered jam to Mrs. Fratelli. The Fratelli jam was the first jam we needed to deliver. Where was Mrs. Fratelli again? Mr. Wilder, I trust you have time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
Of course. Of course. I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Well, yes, that's the news of the day. But there was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. My readers are more interested in this town's future. rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, things changed, ma'am. And you know, changes are dangerous. You finished that thought. I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your autonomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression that this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle. Well, good day, Mr. Wilder. Last chance diner, but I'm trying to remember now. It's just never a good thing. Where was Mrs. Fratelli? Was she the diner? I think maybe she was the diner. Yeah. Well, it is my favorite little jam runner. Hey, Mrs. Fratelli. Look at
She
you.
leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
You're all skin and bones. Is your gran not feeding you? She is, it's just... I understand. You know, I thought your mama had to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day. So cute, running around in your little apron, taking orders. Sorry, the whole situation just breaks my heart with what happened with Eleanor. I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. Few things in the world can keep her mother from her son.
Shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see here.
Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them. How
She
thoughtful.
carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
Tell your gran hello from me, Luca. Will do.
Luca squinted at the faded photo of him and his mom at the diner. Memories of that day came flooding back.
Oh, we have another memory capsule. I'm ready to help, Mama. Alright, little buckaroo. It's up to us to feed these folks when Mrs. Fratelli is away. I've got to deal with the inventory before I can start cooking. You think you can handle taking some orders in the meantime? Yes, Mama. Hiya, Roxy. Luca? I'm helping. Wow, hopefully your work ethic would rub off on Rolo. What can I get you? I'm not really feeling like a burger. How about a chicken sandwich with bacon on top? Should write this down because my memory is not that good. I'm sure they want us to remember this. Chicken sandwich with bacon on top. Do I have a notebook on my phone? I do. No. Chicken sandwich with bacon. When you're tired and you don't have a memory, you might as well do this, right? Coming right up. Yeah, you make it that instantly. There you go. I call it the Love Me Tender. Nice. Aren't you a little young to be waiting tables? Nah. I'm just helping out. My father had me hustling when I was your age as well. Father always says, children are to be sails pulling a family ever forward. doesn't sound very fun. There's plenty of time for fun. For instance, Father and I always make time to have lunch together once a month.
Luca glanced at the empty seat across from Gus.
Not this month, though. Should I come back? No, it turns out Father was too busy to have lunch today. I'll just go ahead and eat alone. Oh. The silver lining is without him around, I can have my usual. A stack of cold cuts topped with a pile of sloppy chili. Here you are. Cold cuts with steam and hot chili on top. I call it the hot and cold. That's perfect. Thank you. Who's this? Have you met him yet? Gadzooks, they've shrunk the waitstaff.
Jeff slapped the table and gave Luca a toothy grin.
How's your pops doing? He's been pretty busy these days. I know the feeling. Tell him that fishing rod he ordered should be ready next week, will you? Sure thing. I've been in the mood for something sweet. Got a burger that can satisfy a sweet tooth? A sweet burger? Yeah, and on top it off with some grilled cactus. Grilled cactus. The hearts want what it wants. I'm not sure that works, but I mean, you want it sweet. Here's your order. I call it the sweet and stabby. Now that's a burger with a bite. Looks like we're missing a few things. Why don't you run out and grab some more ingredients? Okay, I'll be back. That was cute though. If I could just be left alone, young Mr. Van Horn. Oh sure, sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being Mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being mayor or for public speaking. Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. It's more of a duty to my family, or our legacy. That sounds like a heavy burden. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I am sure it will be great. So where is Master Torvelli? Hey Dom. Hey Luca. We got jam delivery, yeah. Have you seen a new kid around yet? New kid? Yeah, I came in from the big city. Her parents both got jobs here. Get this, one of them is working for William Kerr and Perennial Harvest. The other is working for Heiress Valentine, and the Valentines represent the Beacon Pine past. The Perennial Harvest has positioned itself as his town's future. Must make for some interesting dinner conversations. I can imagine. Don't want to give him his yet. No, that's deliver jam to Mr. Tolliver. Tolliver? Where's Mr. Tolliver? Oh, maybe he, of course, is here.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello? Eesh.
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple, flailing at the air as it fell.
Oh, sorry. Ah, no bother, no bother.
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
I see you have something for me. Yeah, Grant had some jam I'm supposed to
He
give you.
leaned in a bit further.
Jam? Yes, these ones on top. She wrote your name on
Mr.
them.
Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes, the jam. Thank you so much for delivering this jam to me.
He reached forward and snapped up the jars of jam, giving Luca a little wink.
I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Oh, okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course. Of
He
course.
leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. Not weird at all. Nope. How do you keep ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Look, Bert. Do you want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncrid. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy today. Well, anyways, this is my last delivery for today. Oh, in that
Nuncreed
case.
snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold on to the basket until next time I see your Gran. Cheeky. Oh, there's the new kid. Hey, you. Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12. Perfect, follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Just try to keep up, okay? What just happened? Well. Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Yet his favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. See, I approve of these people. Oh, and what is your new little friend's name?
Beck locked eyes with Luca. The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn. Nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Ilona. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. So you both can stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh darling, we never doubted you. It's just that for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Luca, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Well, another coincidence. I actually asked him to and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You two don't get into too much trouble now. Talk about being roped into dinner. Man. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome. I owe you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Our house is the little cottage next to that big mansion place. Wait, you live on the Valentine Estates? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one on this whole friend griff. Great, see you there. Roped into friendship. Why can't we ever go into this cafe? It's annoying. Anger from the past, mistakes you had made, and a glimmering hope for the future. He carried them all in equal parts everywhere he went. Oh heavens, what a burden to bear. Guess that's just that one. I don't see if we get something for seeing it more than once.
What you may not know is great towns grow from mighty roots. And that is why you cannot tell the story of Beacon Pines without telling the story of one Sharper Valentine. Young Sharper's keen intellect and strong moral fiber led to a grand vision. A vision of a community dedicated to a better tomorrow. In his own words, a better tomorrow is within our grasp, but it requires a singular mind to harness it. Lucky for us, he decided to grow that vision here, in Beacon Pines. And how does one grow a better tomorrow? With fertilizer, of course. Valentine's Fertilizer Company became the lifeblood of a town yearning for purpose. But then tragedy struck. A scientific experiment gone wrong. An accident which took Sharper away from us far too soon. To this day, we struggle to...
So that's the foul harvest deal.
One foul harvest isn't enough to stop the people of Beacon Pines. The spirit of Sharper Valentine lives on. It lives in the hearts of everyone with a dream for a better tomorrow. Together, we will follow his example and grow a bountiful future. Paid for by the Valentine family and the Valentine Fertilizer Company Remembrance Fund.
So there was an accident of the chemical kind that killed one of them. I wonder if we can talk some more to him. No? Apparently the answer is... Hey, maybe if we bonk this thing. Well, it was his. I thought maybe he'd like yell at us or something. Apparently he didn't want. Beacon. Oh, wow. Good morning, Jeff. What's so good about it? Another day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all bad. Festival's coming up. Festival. Old man Valentine's used to put that cockamamie shindigs on cockamamie shindigs all the time. And where did that get us? Well, it's the perennial harvest putting on this one. And they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I see it, the difference between the old Valentine Company and this new perennial harvest outfit.
Jeff dug through his pockets for a...
The difference is between this the difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana. But those are both garbage. Exactly. I think the old man might have a point here.
There were rarely any, simply a variety of...
That's the same. Hey Kato. Good afternoon, Luca. Can I help you find something? Maybe, maybe not. Try me. Well, there's been some weird stuff going on in the old Valentine warehouse. Can't say I know anything about the old warehouse, but empty hives don't stay empty for long. Huh?
Kato motioned to the book in front of him.
The more I read about this beast, the more similarities I see with people. If a hive collapses and fails, it doesn't stay empty for long. A new queen will set up shop pretty quickly. You're saying it would make sense for someone new to start using the warehouse? Nature abhors a vacuum. Hey, Jace. Oh, hey, Luca. Have you seen this new issue of Hank Atomic? Not yet. No spoilers, please. It's awesome. It's a flashback. No spoilers, please. We get to see how mild-mannered Henry Adams becomes Hank Atomic, man of space justice. Jace. No spoilers. Oh, sorry. My point is, you're gonna love it. Side, alright, Jay, see you later. Roger that, Space Cadet. He wasn't very good with the no spoilers, please, was he? Not so good with it. So curious, can we go into this telephone booth? So, who all lives in that house? Iris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. The creepy kid in the west? Sounds like the one. So, just 3 people live in that huge thing. I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. Not really. The Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. So it's empty and boring? Pretty much. What a waste. My mom said it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the foul harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time somebody mentioned this foul harvest thing. And you all use the same ominous tone. Eventually you're going to explain to me just how that harvest got all fouled up. But we can't keep my parents waiting anymore. This way. Yeah, we also want to know how it folded up. Aw, that's a cute cottage. Most kids would have ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great, whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle
Took
that.
a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing.
Chapter 4. Dinner with the Moodwills. Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart, she understood the necessity of change. Relied on it, even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage in a strange town. Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
So Luca, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where do you live? I live with my grandma. On the other side of the river? Your grandma? Where's your parents at? Beck. Manners. It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident in the fertilizer plant 6 years ago. Or 6 years back, sorry. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate, pushing a chunk of pineapple around with his finger. Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we'd put more effort into dinner.
He gestured toward the boxes.
Aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it was your favorite. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the sad part where they said his mom was missing? Beck! I'm sorry, Luca, this move was also a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
No, it's fine. So Beck said you moved here for work?
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her the newest lead researcher of deep engineering. Oh dear. She makes it sound more impressive than it is. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground. Speaking of, that's what they're doing here lately. Excrement on the ground, you can smell it in the air.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
Luca glanced, yeah. What Nelly means, Luca, is that there's always different way to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to the plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow their loved one to pursue their dream. Swore you
Beck
didn't.
slammed her fist into the table.
Oh dear.
Perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey Luca, how about some dessert? I actually have to meet my friend Rollo
Luca
soon.
glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think it would rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Thank you all for the pizza, it was really good. See you at the festival, Beck. Coin. Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rollo could be prickly around new people.
Did she need more friends?
Beck seemed cool. Rollo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
Rumble.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
You sure we can make it home before this storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds were good. Maybe we should stay here and I'll just make a break
At
for
that
it.
moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Care to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. Things, clothes. Nelly will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in boxes. Mind if I poke around? And be my guest.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Pungent.
He flipped open the attached card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview condos? Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they were really trying to feel good about themselves, they'd do both. So you moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep them, so... Oh wow. Rollo and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Rollo had exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted it with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with the high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
Bet you can get all sort of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff you could pick up back in the city. But around here it's all farm reports and static. Oh, shucks. Or, you know, is there more?
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum. Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural interior of a gum with increased amounts of chewing. Chewed that one for 47
Luca wiped his
days.
hand off on his sweater and gave a nervous laugh.
It's weird,
Beck
I know.
reached down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
I think it's weird, don't you? A little. But weird can be cool. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Dang, didn't that hurt? I'll be honest, that hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you looked cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rollo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I'm serious. Does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? It didn't used to feel that way. I know Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, it's like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? I guess I haven't yet. One thing my dad told me when I was little: don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. If you try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. But then what do you do? When you don't know what to do. Dad never got to that part. Something I figured out on my own though. You gotta do something. Anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know, something. We're gonna register a complaint with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everyone tells me it's gonna be alright. That things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa, let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't they just deal with it and be happy for my... Oh no, why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Why can't we just stay somewhere? Rawr.
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
I just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow, I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. I should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you. See you and Rollo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca? Don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in.
Ah, cuteness.
Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with the hard rain's residue. The smell of wet things.
Smell of wet things.
Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone. Not even Rollo. But
Then
it's
I
not
say
like
Beck
this
is good for
changed
you.
anything. Rollo was still his best friend. Adding Beck to the group would help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Catch up with Rollo at the treehouse. Oh, hi there, Miss Spy. Hey, Don. Tracking down a lead. You bet. Heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. Peculiar? How? He didn't just give his kids inheritance, there were conditions. Like what? The document stipulated that the heiress had to take on a child as reward. A kid our age, who just showed up in town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo. So Eris was forced to take care of him. Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Oh, let's just have a guess, huh? Rumor has it old Sharper sowed some wild oats. Exactly. That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How did you find all this out? Good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. Oh, look at them glowing. Aw. Better not dilly-dally. Oh, they are still reading? He met his old friend's eyes and was greeted with nothing but ice-cold anger. Anger. Heavens, this is no time for fractured friendships. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful. I can only assume this means all the festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. The storm set us back a bit, so it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I wasn't aware that your job involved deciding things. We're all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future. Yes? Yes, sir. Very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell this time that we failed them? No? That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good, then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work until the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits. That is so creepy. Rollo, are you still up there? I'm sorry, Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Come back, never.
I had only ever heard him speak in this stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason? Didn't abandon you. Just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar. You weren't even home. What? The storm got bad and I got worried, so I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house and you weren't there. I hadn't made it back yet. Not a fool, Luca. Doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, That storm rolled in out of nowhere, and I got stuck after dinner at Beck's.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? A new kid in town. She's actually kind of cool. You'd like her. She did help convincing her parents that she'd made new friends. New friends? I spent all day waiting for you, and you were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades to mission control. That was gonna be a surprise. It took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship. What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry, and both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you, but I kept my word, because that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You can say it as long as you want. And you wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, maybe you're the bad friend.
Rollo's tone changed to a calm, yet...
Maybe Pie's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop fighting your past nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pie is still around.
Hung in the cold night air.
That one's pretty painful.
Rollo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca, good night, Rollo. Dang it. Yeah, dang it.
Luca dug through his old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
What a jerk. Only a bad friend. Oh, I'm Rollo. Look at me and my amazing family. Oh, I guess I'm not supposed to ever make friends. Luca?
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. Just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. Better run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
Is Rollo still going to the festival? I'm a bit miserable. Just like us, huh? If Rollo thinks I'm going to the festival with him, he can shove it. We'll just have a small break though, because it's, you know, cat breed time. And then we'll be right back after. one cat has been given treats. And is happy about it. So we need to figure out something in here then, I think. I'm looking forward to whenever they're done fixing the fields out here, because like it's
Luca dozed off again.
let's just say it smells like shit, because it is shit. Luca? I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry. It's the smell of spring? Apparently yes, especially if you live out in the countryside. Still don't have to like it. I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rollo came by. What did he say? I wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. If you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think it'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. I want to keep the book there. And shove it.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
Complete first volume.
Luca carefully opened the cover and Rollo had received it for his birthday. A special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house. Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind, but it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca? Another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck. She said you met yesterday. What did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table in case you want a bite before bedtime.
Realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon.
Pout, pout.
He once again felt the weight of it all and allowed his weary eyes to close. Luca stood in a vast black expanse. He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass. He jangled the straw playfully with a warm smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source.
Well, that was the effective answer.
Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, make yourself comfortable. Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself. It doesn't work that way here. Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the fire. It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself.
Oh my.
Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame. Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them! The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand. Why waste energy helping people who can't even help themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them. Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant. The sensation was oddly familiar. As if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once.
Oh my.
He gestured towards his face. And all it got me was this. Lucas staggered back.
That's the yellow crab.
You
I mean the green.
aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder. His father was there again, beside him. Every choice sets us on a path. This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Welp, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames. In a flash of cold light, he was gone. What does all of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose. Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Oh. No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes. The kind, concerned face of his gran came into focus.
Do we trust Gran or do we not trust Gran? This is the question. Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit here and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rolo thought about does not matter. Buddy.
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Fights between friends happen. What was said doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's not the last thing you ever say to each other. But he said stuff about that. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments and accept them in their worst. Okay, we like Gran. Gran is smart. Now get your little butt out of bed. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? I guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rolo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. But he's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything is better with corn dogs. Has anyone ever had a corn dog? I'm pretty sure I've never had a corn dog. I need to get going now. Got some last minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
Okay.
Chapter 6. Through thick and thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them.
Pretty true.
Luca emerged from seclusion, taking in the crisp festival air. But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
We haven't been back up here. Doodle-doo. Doodle-doo. Just wanted to see if we could talk to Dad. Apparently, the answer was no. There you are, Luca. Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
Sigh. A space adventure, though, you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother is my little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. Now I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. A space adventure, though, you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. The library. Easy enough. Oh, wow. How goes the beetle hunt? Pretty rotten. Haven't seen as much as an XUV? I don't know. It's not just the beetles. This morning I couldn't find any creatures at all. It's like everything that buzzes or skitters had just packed up and left. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Maybe all of the commotion of the festival just spooked them. Yeah, maybe that's it. I doubt it. Unique New York, unique New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. I'm just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Mr. Kerr pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the whole gab box. You nervous? No heavens, no. I'll break a leg. Welcome to our festival. Don't forget to come back later for Mr. Kerr's speech and the Perennial Harvest Festival sign reveal. Don't want to miss it. I don't know who Perennial Harvest thinks they're impressing with this ridiculous festival. Totally. The town is still falling apart, the weather is still cruddy, and the season's harvest looks like it's going to be worse than last year's. You said it. No amount of corporate pandering is going to change any of that. Exactly. But the lemonade at the drink stand over there looks mighty tasty. Or, well, pretty tasty. But I'm still gonna be mad at them. But I'd rather just be mad while sipping some delicious lemonade, that's all.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Okay. Hey Jeff, everything alright? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know? I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't you?
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
Every single time. Yep. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. clockwork. What a bunch of drones. Think you might not be too far off there. About them being drones, that is. Ain't moving. This is the first time I've seen this many smiling faces since the fowl harvest. I had my doubts about perennial harvest, but I must admit I did put on a nice party. What party? Wait, I can't speak to you? What on earth? Hiya, Luca. How's Griffin doing? What? Oh, nothing.
All became flesh.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Isn't that Griffin? Piper, you're actually taking a break from studying. No, I want to see what all the festival fuss is about, but I can't help but notice you still brought your backpack full of books. Look up, backpacks can carry a lot more than just books. True, true. So what you got in there? Books. Is anyone really surprised by that answer? No. A most welcoming of welcomes. Would you like to share your thoughts? We always try to improve. Nope. Let's go talk to our friend. We've got a question for you. What do you think this whole festival is for? The way I figure it, I can't say that word. Perennial harvest is trying to win over the town. Like a bribe with balloons. Cynical. I like where your head's at. That's what I assumed too at first, until I eavesdropped on a couple of gossipy clipboards. What if I told you that this whole thing is really a special shindig for a super secret guest of honor? A special guest? Who? I haven't got that deep yet, but whoever it is, PH thinks it's a really big deal. I was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't gonna harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is it for the good of the family. Yeah, that's about all you care about, I think. The library, somewhere quiet. Hey, Luca.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
I've been expecting you. Oh, have you now? Bravo on deciphering the first riddle. The first. Bravo does go all out, doesn't he? Always.
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
On planet Farpole, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? Yes. Huh?
Luca grabbed the 5 pillars of success from...
I don't think it's this one.
Luca grabbed the issue with self-help. Luca grabbed 500 meals for one. Luca grabbed natural photography, volume 5. Luca grabbed The Modern Science of Atomic Radio.
Guessing it's gonna have to be a comic book.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 4. Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
Oh, you found
Removed
it.
his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5. Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Hello, Cyberpan. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had a special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded a job for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh. Oh, let's see here.
Otto began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a
He
grip.
continued flipping.
Only found in rub. Art.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
Grift in rub art. Griffin rub art. Griffin snack stand. Ice cream time, maybe? Or not. Hey, Griffin. Did Rolo come?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yeah, it's cold.
Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth. He reached into his mouth and pulled out a slip of paper.
Oh, come on.
He shook off the bits of corn dog to read the slip.
A pickup when you need some pep. Near the fountain up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
Sad, this is getting to be a whole thing. That's a coffee shop, though. Look, did you know? Beacon Pines is actually unincorporated. A lot of people don't know that. Yeah, I didn't know. What does it mean? It means most public workers are handled internally. We do all the pipelines, the water treatment, building regulations. That's great. Census talking. Emergency services, run away! Yeah. There you are, Luca. There is no I'm actually doing this. Way below my pay grade. Come on, you big stiff. Let's the kids have some fun. Fine. Rolo owes me one.
Waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
But what takes flight but has no wings? Your final tasks a friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. Ugh, I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task a friendship brings. Good luck, Luca. I have no idea. No. Balloons. Hey. Hey. Did you find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yep. Hold up. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned
Rolo
these.
sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Light. Thanks. I didn't have to go through all this trouble. I'm sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you apologize twice before me. Just let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that happened, with your mom and all, I've always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rolo. Still my turn. Felt like if you needed a new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. But I was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I am so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rolo, hugging him as tightly.
Rolo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else do you want to do today? We could snoop around and try and find you some more info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest HQ while everyone is at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clippers write down? I'd be caught. I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week, yeah. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait 1 more day. But can it? You know? I have been wanting to get some done on the MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Bit of a shame though. I would like to have had added Beck into the fun. Maybe I haven't seen her anywhere. It's a bit of a shame. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran to your grand this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. A letter?
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have.
This is from Mom.
I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it. God knows I've tried. Everything I've done, I did for you.
Even vanishing?
I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
Oh, so not Mom, but Gran. On Earth?
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
What has Gran been doing? What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. You really didn't have to go to all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. After I ruined anything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rolo.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
The festival seemed nice. Was it nice? You still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Oh, what was that? Oh man, we
was
missed the
not
fireworks? No.
It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as
Oh,
time itself.
something went boom. Wait, what?
wave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship, only to be cruelly separated by a malevolence beyond reason. And so, our story ends in a silent treehouse turned statuary. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits a pair of friends, alone, together. For the rest of time.
Oh my.
The end. No, that can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
We have flight instead of fight for that one. There's also break, not rumble. Let's try flight for this one.
Luca drew himself up and decided to take the only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the mission control defense cannon, aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Yeah, jerks. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels. Tunnels, huh?
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached the clearing. What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs.
They're basically freezing the place.
Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across a snowy terrain.
That was actually pretty badass. I think we lost them. Are we up in the mountains? No, I think so. If anything, we went downhill. I must have been the Winter Wonderland. All I know is there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. What's the readout? Sitting just about 258 Kelvin. It's down a bit from last time. Should I report this to Mr. Kerr? Nah, we're still within safe range. It may be spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. There's a few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. I'm gonna go up there and check first. Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that Bozo Cure. Hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in these woods are you. Speaks the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did it end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy, howdy, you Einhorns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
We gotta keep moving. What's all this? Hard to say with all this snow. I think it's a town sign. I could almost make out the letter under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weep Wood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1. Snow's gotta go. Let's see what I can do. Wow, we are shitty at everything, aren't we? Come on, can you please toss the snow the correct way? Welcome to Beacon Pines.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? I guess we got turned around. Where did all the snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. Hint, hint. There's a big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. The puddle we fought at before. It was cold too. Maybe all of it leads to one source. Think this is related? What the hell is going on? I'm gonna get you some answers. Let's keep moving. This does look familiar to you? Yeah. Looks like the barrel near the puddle. Shoved me into. Yeah.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went hush. He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even gonna save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed. And everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a great idea to stumble around in the dark anyway.
Luca allowed himself to collapse next to Iggy.
Let's just rest for a
The boys
bit.
huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
We're gonna freeze to death, and we need to find another path. The way the snow covered everything over. Kinda calming. Yeah. I haven't had time to say it, but thanks. Huh? For getting us away from those creeps. I sort of froze up back there. Okay, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what the gun could do. Yeah, I didn't, right? Of course not. And second, stop with this baloney of losing your temper. I did lose my
Iggy
temper.
motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. But that's exactly what you should have done. I was being a horse's ass. You were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Geez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. Why would you go around say cruel things trying to get into
He
fights?
shrugged.
Something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Roller are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
He now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet and she already likes you. You have
He
Tish.
wiped his nose with a sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know?
Luca gave a warm chuckle.
I get that
He
impression.
cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
It must be raining out here. Definitely.
Iggy arched into a wide yawn.
Should probably try and get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all
Luca's
this.
eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
I don't know if sleeping out in this cold is very good for you, Luca. Yeah. I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What did you think? Not bad. I'll give it a full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread. Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke.
This is how you remember them, huh?
Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes.
Aw, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this.
The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it.
It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you?
Luca snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand.
Remember what?
The doppelganger pointed to the couch.
The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose to abandon us.
Luca turned to look at his father, still lounging on the couch.
That's not true. He didn't abandon us.
The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively.
Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you. The world flickered and pulsed.
Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room.
No. We both know that's not how this went.
He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting.
Do you remember what we did next?
Luca gave a slow nod and crept down the hall to peek through the banister. He could see the outline of his mother at the bottom of the stairs. Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared. His father stepped forward.
What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them.
Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you.
You're not going to lose me.
Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder.
What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong.
I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this.
Eleanor raised her voice.
Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned with a panicked smile. Luca, is that you, buddy? With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs.
Mom? Dad? What's going on?
Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing.
It sounded like you were going somewhere.
Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears. Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly.
Promise?
Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
To never return.
A figure approached soundlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off
Whether
me.
it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
What do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What is that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We're asleep minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's head. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. Didn't hurt nobody. Anybody. Huh? Oh, I see. You think you're better than me,
When
you...
it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
Big-hatted, scarf-necked, furball. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend? An observer? A hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Great, how about a name? You must call me something, you can call me Nat. Not? I read as not, as in night. But
Iggy huffed with gratification.
oh, but you make a gnat and butt off. Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Wait, do you live here? You might say that. Do you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You gonna help us or not? Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Very well, I suppose this isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back
Luca
home.
and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place, cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in the Wheatwood, or teleported to some alternate universe. But this is just some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. This is not our home. We're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Let's give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original, true Beacon Pines. Oh my. You both grew up here. But the town you've called home, your home for the past several years, is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair. But a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed. To pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete Tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to I can't say that word. Discontinuity, a revulsion even. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane. Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably. So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. The best one can do is to uncover.
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
The source. We've heard about the source before in our little dream. Why did you say the source like that?
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could.
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
This is really home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy? It's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through the Weepwood. So who is Nat?
Chapter 6.
Chapter
The
6.
Source.
The source. Sounds ominous enough to me.
Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more. As Luca sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was underground somewhere, captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to Perennial Harvest. But right now, there was one thing that Luca needed to know.
What happened to his home?
Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow. His numb hands hit something hard. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
We're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. But you've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I am so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I
There was no
do?
reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why did they give me this slip like that? What if I can find you,
He
you
finally
know?
noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. They stole his tree. Weeks.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
Gotta hide. $259K. All of distance still good. Did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. The people who love them will never know the truth. The truth is overrated.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Hey! Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah. Come on. It's almost lunchtime. Oh, look at that. The wonky move. Weirdo. Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out there literally dancing on graves.
Stuttered through heaving sobs.
I thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some
A
advice.
solid smack on the back of his head.
Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the soak, crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah. Blah blah blah. Luca, one horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you acting like a horse's ass? I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Karen and his little merry band of clipboards pulled this switcheroo for a reason, right? Nat mentioned something about a source.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to perennial harvest. Sure, would be a shame if something unfortunate were to happen to the precious source, wouldn't it? What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to smash?
He flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. Promise. Let's do this. You can get awful cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Help's on the way. Where's Rollo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh heavens no. Do I seem like a killer to you? Yes.
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Well, do I? Ah, shucks. Now that hurts my feelings. Screw that guy. So, I guess they fucked up. And they froze the entire original town? Wait a minute. This is the original town, and that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging. Furious, he emerged, holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. A few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's a long part of the story. And you and Rollo were doing chores at Rollo's chicken coop. You guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
He rolled his eyes with real.
No, you
Iggy
didn't.
stifled a chuckle.
Yep. Just wanted to give you guys a little scare, but like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop? Prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the looks on your faces. Rollo got grounded for months. That's why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried them under that tree. But when I came back for them later, they were gone. I figured some grown-up found them and tossed them.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. Also, probably true. It's all
Looking down
frozen.
at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here, it happened fast. The fish didn't even have time to run. Or, swim run. Useless boyo. You're not a hero. The little brat who is in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotting children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are. Prepare for blast-off, loser. Oh my. I believe we have our crooked. Just like this old stinking place. Oh, crooked. Crooked. Can we go up here? No. So weird, it looks like a piano. I'm guessing it isn't though.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo! Echo! Whoa! I can see why they wanted to move a lot of down now. Why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? The dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, look who it is. Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Care. Where is Rolo? Wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two at least. That is cool. You had to drag me all the way out there, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, that's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined...
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. The fact of the matter is I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh heavens no, my role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various, complications. Complications like us? You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness. Others are simply obstacles along the way. It seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime, and you happen to be extras ready for your curtain call. You aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not gonna be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop! Let's not do something regrettable. Jokes on you, regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw this into your precious hole? Nothing. Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know I am an exceptional liar. Up, that's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool. Call off your goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle this too from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
Just know, Aggie, you can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Eggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh. Whoa.
The growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca. Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand just before it slipped. His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow. He could see Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. Oh, what channel do I use? Doesn't make a damn difference, they're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way to get out of this is if it Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kemp, you had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped with insult.
Long life? I'll have you know I can still play 25. Should have heard me sing the part of Phileas
With
Young.
a wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Rum dum dum. I don't know. Rumpy dum dum. Wow, can you believe this guy?
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Here, just let it go. No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Okay, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
And I told you what you need to do with bullies. I can't. The only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in
Calm
packs.
settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is a hard choice. I mean, yes, we can go back and see both, but... This feels like a very, very rough choice to be told to make. If you ask me. Anyone happen to have a request? Oh yeah, by the way, Sunday will give probably maybe the last try of Elden Ring. What I want to do, I want to try as a swords person, just to try something completely different. Because maybe if that feels more fun, then I can't put the game down. But yeah. Because next Thursday there's a sheep that's gonna come back and dominate everything. But yeah, this is a harsh choice. Yes, the cult. Oh god, they have so much new stuff. It's gonna be so much fun. Yeah, I'm gonna need to find some more tanky-ish gear, I guess. To try out smacking things with a sword. I feel like it's a huge update. I feel like it's Luca's I think he would refuse, and I think that will kill us. All of us. But it's fast to go back and try to accept. Choices. Let's refuse.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened his grip and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration. There you are. You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began preening his tousled hair. Ah, that's better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away.
Founder?
A swarm of hands overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end.
Told you that was the thing. Let's do the harder choice then.
Luca had no choice but to accept Iggy's request.
I had a feeling the first one would just bring the story to an end.
With a quiet blink, Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
You do know how to go out with a bang, don't you, Iggy? I love a goodbye, Iggy. And there they are again. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course, those fireworks of Iggy must have been just the right amount of energy. We should get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. Oh. Tempus liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being, by adding precisely correct amount of energy into it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So the gunk makes things cold and the fireworks made the whole piece over? That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Yep. It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? I have been. In my way. Each one of us has a role to play. Iggy's role, to turn was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world. Not more?
Nat turned and walked west.
Only saving the world? That's all?
Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny.
Ooh.
To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm?
To charm?
Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger just when it was getting good? I was even starting to like Iggy. No way. I refuse to be associated with some never-ending parade of sequels. Let's go back and find something more definitive.
Oh, wow. I don't really have anything new, do I? We have the break here.
Luca began to respond, but the sky answered for him as the clouds above began to break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rolo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rolo I tell him
Luca
about...
stopped himself mid-sentence.
Promise him about what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. There's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Okay. You can come to the Trias and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Luca saw Beck skulking by the...
So you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? That we know of. It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spiked gate, looming mansion, night rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
grabbed the wrought iron bars and shook the gate.
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me! What did you do? First of all, told you so. Second, hide. That's Eris Valentine. Who's she talking to? Shh. I expect you to return that suit in working order, of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. That means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. Couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. This is what I was talking
Beck's
about.
voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Seriously? Shh. You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything. Wouldn't expect any less of you. I just worry about your part in it. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady. But that's just flat out supervillain talk. If you don't mind me asking, why are you doing all of
The
this?
mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
My grandma. Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing
Gran
suspicion.
gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared.
It's a lot of hair, though. That letter we had where it said that everything I do it for
Chapter
you.
5. What big ears you have. Lucas sat shivering in the bushes, staring at his feet. After checking to make sure the coast was clear, Beck gave him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. You were so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure out things there. Lead the way. Yeah, that's not sus at all. I mean, all the bees are... For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course we're not worried.
Clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting down our I's and crossing our T's. Well, might be trying minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you just sign here acknowledging everything is accurate, you'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
Ha 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 ha. I think they already have it. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. The next time someone don't know how to act, ask you to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bob in the gizzard. Oh, Gran just tells me to keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. It's dark out to be wandering out on your own. Don't think he's a fan of the clipboard people. Answer you seek will be revealed to you in due time. The question is... The figure intoned, are you prepared to live with the truth? That's always a good question. Another day, another dollar. See you tomorrow, Z. Have you noticed how all the perennial harvest folks order the same drink? The cappuccino with extra foam. Why? I don't know. Thought it's a little odd. Pretty weird for sure. Well, the customer's always right. See you bright and early tomorrow. So I can't wait.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
All coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without
The
you.
mayor gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. Nonsense. That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yes, she has been indisposed. Doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair. And we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pine without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You darn tootin' he was.
Kerr locked his arm on.
By it, I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all this? Gosh, I've never felt needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just a festival, all of this. There's gotta be 100 down under lockdowns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so interested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love the most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds? Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kurt gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat the seed right, nurture it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. You see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge. And the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mayor Valentine. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the tree is a little further from here. So what's your brother Rollo like? Rollo? He's Rollo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny even though he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the fall harvest. Sometime time you tell me what this fall harvest thing is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called the Valentines. They were kind of a big deal. Oh, big deal fertilizer. It's a big deal to us. The stuff really worked, farmers loved it. The Valentines grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town worked for Sharpener Valentine or used as fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharpener Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water, air, or soil. Nobody knows, but all the crops died. Everyone blamed the Valentines. A foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. The next year the crops came back, but something were different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why. Nope. I take it Rollo's farm's got the short end of the stick? Yeah, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. The Beacon Pine Reborn initiative? Yeah, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going. Contaminated the groundwater, my ass. Wait. Damn it. Meet up with Rollo. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rollo. See, my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Rollo waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we've spared no expense in the construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. Thanks. Hey Luca, do you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah. While I was waiting, I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe in these days. Oh dear. He goes all out, doesn't he? Yeah, always. Lavish. Really, Rollo? Did your guy get us this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Joe who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So pretty sweet security, right? It's She's imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are you sure you can trust in the recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess. Okay, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long.
Like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, the place was lit up and active. Don't think so, I seem more organized, squatters. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. A man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. I kept saying it was a man. But they were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. And it could have been a woman. How did you get away? I grabbed a rock or something and broke their mask. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris Valentine meeting with Gran. Wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine. Much. I am beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. Also, we can logically know aliens or some aliens and alien zombies have infiltrated the town, and their leader is your gran and she's tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second of all, it couldn't have been Gran at my warehouse. At the warehouse, I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged, but she's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Your Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know, we haven't talked much since she moved in. Moved in? Your Gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your Gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way. But are we sure your Gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. You could say the same thing about your family. But you're right. Luca, your Gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folk only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. My Gran really is hiding something? Don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point about hiding something. I guess you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you two tomorrow when the coast is clear. We can start getting to the bottom of this. Oh, I'm always game for a good snoop. And count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair.
Oh my.
Summer forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
What's up with Gran, huh? Time is it? Knock knock. Oh, what on earth is that? Hmm? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see you laughing when I cracked this case wide open. Coast is clear. Yeah, whatever she's been up to this week has been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck rolled their eyes as Rollo strutted across the room.
If I were Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest hide? My deepest, darkest secrets. Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. Then again, a good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She lit the fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. Drat, I may already be too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere your Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah, the closet upstairs. So maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Luca stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. Really important. She probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought... I'm going to take this important thing and chuck it in the bush. True. Anything else maybe out of the ordinary? Well... She's always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. It doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
Realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
Alright, Rollo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And I shall now proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rollo's back.
Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick. And every lockpick needs a good sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Got it.
The three crowded around the hutch. With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey! Let me just rank on this random teacup and...
one of the teacups. It slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to rustle and slide under its own power.
You see the sliding... You can see it on the floor, actually. Seems like your Gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret lairs. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more unhinged conspiracist vibe? Oh wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. I need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder labeled Walter. For a long moment, he just stared at it.
Have a
Luca
doctor?
nodded and caressed the label.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rollo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this is a lot like cheeseburger. Best to skip straight to the middle. Where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Ah, there we are. Follow-up examination of Terence Wilby. Patient shows further sign of paleness and malaise. Body temperatures continue to drop. He now describes soreness of muscle and joints. This is similar to the symptom exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past, still waiting on lab result from Joseph.
With heightened.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that's kind of disturbing. It's Joseph. That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait.
His finger traced across the page.
There's more scribble in the margins. Could this be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims that the tap water at his home has been contaminated, perhaps environmental? Lab results only raise more questions. It's like he came back later to this report and made those notes, so it might be related to something
Rollo scanned
else.
through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. I just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rollo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
She sure has kept herself busy. Is your gran a serial killer? I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking movements of everyone in town. I'd have the kindness in her heart. I mean, where else would you do it for her? She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on here. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Harris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. I don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. How long until we get an achievement, do you think? We have all the time in the world to hammer this thing, right? Not like Gran will come home while we're doing this. Can't see the strings on the... Oh yeah, there are. Probably it's gonna take me a while. I'm not doing that right now, I guess. What do we have here? Barrel smart caution, explosive, and jam jars? That is enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your gran making? She wouldn't have had me walk around town delivering bombs. Eh? Only one way to find out.
Casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Oh, there.
He flicked
Huckleberries.
his lips.
Hint of brown sugar and ink.
Rollo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper. Rollo
Aha!
offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
Addressed to Mrs. Fratelli. A grand jamgram? Last night I used the disguise Harris provided to scout the location. The timing window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Otherwise it can't be good. So I'm more of a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You knew her, so let that one slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
Ooh, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rollo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. It starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow
Rollo
it,
carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right
He jabbed
to
down at the end point.
Town Square. That's the fountain in the middle of the town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Well, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So he's not hiding a treasure. Real bummer. Rollo, what's the thing you've been excited about for the past month? Festival. Oh. Did you just say gulp? It feels like a gulp situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival. Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
What was what? That was the front door. Means someone just shut the door. Means someone's upstairs. Shh. The lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became overhead. Creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps.
Drama.
The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall. Then suddenly, it stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled shakily and glanced at each other.
What did they glance at each other in this darkness?
A muffled male voice broke the silence.
Oh?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and the voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yo ho! I'm not here to hurt anyone. I'm just here to help. Just.
At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Guess it's
Rollo
nothing.
shifted suddenly. Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth. It was too late. Rollo was already inching toward the stair. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy
Oh,
figure.
Rollo. Flaming chicken coop.
With all his weight, Rollo tackled
Rollo? Serious creepy man?
from the dark corner.
Well, I didn't know if I had it in me. There's not one way to find out. Holy crap, Rollo, that was awesome. Wait, did you kill that
Luca
person?
scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rollo. He knocked out
As
cold.
Beck flicked back on the light,
Mr. Tolliver?
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They needed to know what he was doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
Good cup. Good cup, hard cup?
run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation.
Since we didn't have a bad cop.
Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times. Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tolliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, Mr. Tolliver.
Mr. Tolliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tolliver with his booming voice.
Mr.
Beck and
Tolliver?
Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said Mr. Tolliver.
The table lamp. Mr. Tolliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled weird.
What in the
The chair
world?
wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's
Mr.
there?
Tolliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring light. With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're
The doubtful
sweating.
expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
Now we can do this my way. Or well, let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance.
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth should I dance? With your mouth, punk. Spill the beans. What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. Make sure everything is ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Gonna help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good
He shook
lord.
his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source?
His voice faded to a whisper.
Where the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation
With
Sparkplug?
that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Aww.
Rollo swung around with a repentant grimace.
Oof. Damn, Rollo. I think I went a little too hard on him. What did he say about the source? It's where the town began? We need more information. Yeah, we better not push Tolliver any further. Is there anyone else who might know more? How about the History Museum? It just got set up for the festival. Nah, that was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Father can help find out. Let's get some answers. I did no new text, and I think we'll stop it here because it's almost 11. Wow, that time flew away. This is a surprisingly good game. I quite like it. I've definitely enjoyed playing it. It's it has so many endings apparently. So many, and you just reboot and you go find more and you know more, and we kind of know more now than when we're playing. It makes it interesting. Surprisingly good game. I like it. But yeah, that's gonna be it. If anything, I assume that it's gonna be there will be a stream tomorrow with the what's it called again? Brain's gone derp. Yeah, the Eureka Orthos thing will probably happen tomorrow. Depends a bit on Dree if she feels like it and has time. If not, then on Sunday we're gonna go poke about Elden Ring I hope I'm not as tired then as I was today. And next Thursday, we all know that the lamb, is taking over. And the cult is back. So yeah, thank you for hanging out. And thank you for keeping me company through this quite interesting little story game. We'll see you guys later. Have an awesome rest of your night. Bye.